Is there anything better than a cup of hot chocolate? No, I don't think that there is. And the people of 18th century Europe tended to agree with me as they drank chocolate spiced with cinnamon and cardamom. We make hot chocolate from the 18th century, this time on Drinking History. So up until the 19th century, one of the most popular ways to have chocolate was to drink it. And I did a video on how it was served during the Aztec Empire, often with honey, chili peppers, and achiote to turn it red. And when you look at the early European recipes from the 16th and 17th century, they tend to drink it in much the same way. But by the 18th century, we start to see recipes that resemble something probably closer to our flavor palette today. In the 1747 cookbook, The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy, Hannah Glasse includes 2 recipes for making chocolate. Now the first includes everything from long pepper and cinnamon to pistachios, nutmeg, orange blossom water, and rose water. And she also includes as much achiote as will make it the color of brick. And I would love to make that version, except that she includes 2 ingredients that are pretty hard to get your hands on. One is musk, and that comes from the glands of a musk deer and is typically used only in perfumes today. Though I do think that they use it in some candies in Australia I've seen, but I can't get my hands on any. The other ingredient is ambergris, and this is produced in the digestive system of sperm whales. And even though you don't have to harm the whale to get it, it usually washes up on shores, it is absolutely illegal to possess or sell here in the United States, so I'm not making that. Lucky for me, Miss Glasse does have a second recipe for making chocolate, and it uses a lot more legal ingredients, and frankly, it just sounds delicious. She calls it another way to make chocolate. Take 6 pounds of the best Spanish nuts when parched and cleaned from the hulls. Take 3 pounds of sugar, 2 ounces of the best cinnamon, beaten and sifted very fine. To every 2 pounds of nuts, put in 3 good vanillas, or more or less as you please. To every pound of nuts, half a dram of cardamom seeds, very finely beaten and searsed. Searsed was another word for sift that no longer is really in use, and usually it implied sifting through a very, very fine cloth. Also, I want to address something that I know will come up because whenever I post an image of an old document, people ask the question, why is it spelled fierced? And frankly, it really does look like an F, but that's actually something called a long S or medial S. And it's almost the same as an F, but it's missing half of the crossbar. It originated in Roman cursive and can be found throughout different handwritings and typefaces throughout Europe until the 19th and even 20th century. In English, it was pretty much abandoned in the early 19th century because you already had another way to write the letter S, and sometimes they would appear in the same word for no real reason. Also, it did sometimes confuse people even then with the letter F. I particularly like how Rob Words points out how it might confuse readers of Shakespeare's "Where the bee sucks, there suck I." Oh my. Now, while this recipe may seem simple, it's actually quite laborious. Now, her recipe calls for a lot of chocolate being made, so I'm going to cut it down quite a bit, but it's still going to make a fair amount of chocolate. You'll need 2/3 of a cup or 135 grams of fine sugar. Now the sugar would have been white refined sugar, but it would have come in a cone like this. And they're really, really hard. So then you would have to use these sugar nips to nip off some of the sugar and then kind of beat it until it basically becomes granulated sugar. I got these from Townsend's online. I'll put a link in the description. They have so many cool things. They also sell cones of sugar, though I actually got this one in Morocco. They still, like in the grocery stores there, have cones of sugar, and they're really, really inexpensive, whereas here they are kind of pricey. Though you should have seen the customs people when I was coming over. They were like, why are you bringing all this sugar? Then 2 teaspoons of ground cinnamon, a half teaspoon of cardamom, and a half vanilla bean or 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract. And since she says you can use more or less, you can just use the whole vanilla bean because they don't last once you cut them. Or you can take the other half and put it in your oven at like 300 degrees Fahrenheit for a little while. It makes the whole house smell so good, but it does ruin the vanilla bean. Finally, you'll need a little less than a cup or 200 grams of pure cacao. Now, chocolate was delivered to people in a few different ways in the 18th century. One was it would come in a block that you would basically chisel the chocolate from. But she calls for Spanish nuts when parched and cleaned from the hulls. Those are cocoa nuts or cocoa beans that the Spanish would have been bringing from the New World, and they would have already been fermented and toasted and had their outer shell removed. That outer shell is like this papery thin shell that is very easy to remove, but man, it makes such a mess. I did it when I made the Aztec chocolate, and I promised myself I would never do it in the house again because I was finding pieces of that hull for like a year. But after you take the hull off, what you're left with is cocoa nibs, and you can just buy cocoa nibs, so that's what you want. The thing is, cocoa nibs do not just dissolve into a hot liquid like you would need to make hot chocolate. They have to be processed in a way, and it is laborious. You can just put some in a mortar and begin to pound and grind them, but even after 20 minutes of grinding, I had not yet turned it really into what it needs to be, and I had a lot more cocoa nibs to go, so might I suggest using a blender. So add the sugar and the spices to a bowl and then whisk in the cocoa nibs and then put all of that into a blender. Then start blending. What is happening is not only are you crushing up the cocoa nibs, but as it heats up, it starts to melt the cocoa butter, and eventually it becomes like a liquid or a paste. They would actually call it cocoa liquor. And you can do this by hand. People used to do it by hand all the time. I'm sure some people still do. But I'll tell you, it's hard. It takes a long, long time. I've done it before. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Use a blender. Even with the blender, I had to give it some breaks because my blender was overheating. It took about 15 or 20 minutes with a blender. But after a while, it does turn into a fine paste, and that is the paste that you're going to use to make your chocolate. Now, if you're ready to drink some hot chocolate right then, you can just take that and put it into hot milk or water or wine, because sometimes they would make hot chocolate using wine or brandy. Milk and water, though, do seem to be the more common ways of making it back then. But if you don't want to drink it all right then, because this is enough to make about a quart or so of hot chocolate, then you just let it sit and it will start to harden up, and eventually it will become rock hard. And that's what many people would have been buying and chipping off. They would have purchased it at this point in the process. So I let mine harden up overnight, and then the next day I chipped away at it. I should have made it into some smaller pieces. It doesn't really matter, but they'll melt better if they're smaller pieces. And then I warmed up 2 cups of milk in a saucepan. Once the milk was simmering, I took it off the heat and added in the chocolate and began to whisk vigorously. Now, not only do you want to let it melt in, but you want to create a little bit of a froth to this chocolate. So you could use a molinillo, which is a tool that was and still is often used in Mexico. Some old chocolate pots actually had a little frother built in, and that's what I thought I was getting when I ordered an antique chocolate pot. Unfortunately, it does not have the frother, it's just a lid. And it seems that after 250 years, the inside was so corroded, I didn't want to be putting any chocolate that I was going to drink in it anyway, so now it's a prop. But however you want to froth your chocolate, go ahead and do so while I tell you a bit about the history of hot chocolate. Drinking chocolate dates back well over 3,000 years in Central and South America. There it was a drink made frothy by pouring it repeatedly from jug to jug, and it was consumed only by warriors and the elite. When the Spanish arrived in Mexico in the 16th century, they marveled at the Aztec king Moctezuma or Montezuma's ability to drink 50 cups during a single feast. Of course, this drinking chocolate bears very little resemblance to the drinking chocolate that we would typically enjoy today. It was very bitter, and it was spicy because they put a lot of chilies into the chocolate. So it was an acquired taste, a taste which the Jesuit missionary José de Acosta never seemed to acquire. He said it was loathsome to such as are not acquainted with it, having a scum or froth that has a very unpleasant taste. Yet it is a drink very much esteemed among the Indians, wherewith they feast noble men who pass through their country. The Spaniards, both men and women that are accustomed to the country, are very greedy of this chocolate. They say they make divers sorts of it, some hot, some cold, and some temperate, and put therein much of that chili. Yea, they make a paste thereof, the which they say is good for the stomach, and against catarrh. I had to look that last word up, but it seems that catarrh is a fancy word for postnasal drip. Now, this bitter and spicy chocolate is how it would have made its way over to Spain in the 16th century. But once it got there, chocolate met its soulmate, sugar. See, for all of history, chocolate and sugar had been separate. Chocolate was a New World food only available in the Americas, and sugar was an Old World food only available in Asia, Africa, and Europe. So they had never come together to create chocolate as we know it today. They would sweeten it sometimes with honey, but it is not the same. Now, the first mention of this most blessed wedding of chocolate and sugar comes from Antonio Colmenero de Ledesma, who after visiting Mexico wrote that the women there mixed sugar with their chocolate before drinking it. He's also the first person to write down a recipe that included sugar, though he also included things like hazelnuts and cinnamon and red chili peppers and rose water, and then of course annatto or achiote, which would turn it red. And that is how they drank it in and around Spain for the next couple hundred years. Now, when this drinking chocolate first arrived in Europe, it was, as it was among the Aztecs, a prized commodity, very, very expensive, and only consumed by the very, very elite. The Spanish aristocracy loved the stuff, and it's said that during one wedding with another ruler from another country, chocolate was part of the wedding dowry, and I think that's just great. And with all the intermarrying from different countries and chocolate coming with the bride or groom, it really became popular in many parts of Western Europe that were Catholic, places like Portugal and Italy and France. When it did finally arrive in England in the 1650s, nearly 150 years after it had been imported to Spain, it was mostly used for medicinal properties. And its medicinal properties were also recognized by the Mayans and the Aztecs and the Spanish. It was considered a cure for everything from tuberculosis, the flux, jaundice, any inflammations, kidney stones, chronic bad breath. Ledesma said that it could expel poison from the body and was able to prevent any and all infectious diseases, which is pretty useful for something that was also an aphrodisiac. "'Twill make old women young and fresh, create new motions of the flesh, and cause them to long for you-know-what, if they but taste of chocolate." Essentially, chocolate was a promise of all good things in this world. Chocolate is a divine, celestial drink, the sweat of the stars, the vital seed, divine nectar, the drink of the gods, panacea, and universal medicine. In England, everyone wanted to try this new wonder tonic, and so in 1657, the first chocolate house opened in London. In Bishopsgate Street, in Queen's Head Alley, at a Frenchman's house, is an excellent West India drink called chocolate, to be sold where you may have it ready at any time, and also unmade at reasonable rates. And a few years later, the great diarist Samuel Pepys wrote of its salutary effects, especially its ability to cure a bad hangover. See, April 23rd, 1661 was the coronation of King Charles II, and this was of course followed by lots of parties and drinking copious libations. So Pepys's diary the next day said, 24 April 1661, waked in the morning with my head in a sad taking through the last night's drink, which I am very sorry for. So rose and went out with Mr. Creed to drink our morning draught, which he did give me in chocolate to settle my stomach. Ironically, it was that same king, Charles II, who a few years later in 1675 decided to close down all of the chocolate and coffee houses of London because he thought that they were hotbeds of sedition. But the chocolate drinkers of London were outraged, and Charles had learned from his father, Charles I, that outraging the citizens was not good. So he quickly rescinded the order just a few days after making it. But he wasn't entirely wrong. The chocolate houses of London were hotbeds of sedition. The Cocoa Tree Chocolate House in St. James Street was famous for being a meeting place for Jacobites as they hatched their plots to depose George I. Then there was White's Chocolate House, which was established by an Italian immigrant in 1693. His name was Francesco Bianco, but he wanted a more English-sounding name, so he changed it to Francis White. And he was known as the Chocolate Man in St. James Street. Now, at first, the place had a sterling reputation. The elite men of London gathered around drinking hot chocolate. How wholesome. But then it started to come out what was actually going on, and the wholesome reputation was pretty much gone. As Jonathan Swift, author of Gulliver's Travels, wrote, White's in St. James's Street was the bane of half the English nobility, a place where young noblemen were fleeced and corrupted by fashionable gamblers and profligates. Sounds fun. Now, it does seem that chocolate survived the taint of association with places like White's, as it moved from the chocolate houses into the private homes of well-to-do ladies who would drink it in large quantities after their maids went through the laborious process of preparing it. As Despina, the maid in Così fan tutte by Mozart, sings as she prepares chocolate for her employer, "What a wretched life a lady's maid leads! I've been beating this for half an hour, and now the chocolate's ready. Yet though my tongue's hanging out, must I just stand and smell it? Aren't my tastes just like yours? Oh, dearest ladies, you have the substance, and I only the smell. Damn it, I'm going to try it." And I second that. Now that my chocolate is ready, damn it, I'm going to try it. And here we are, hot chocolate from the 18th century. So the first thing you'll notice is it is really, really thick, much thicker than any hot chocolate that you would find today. Let's have a taste. Definitely thick. Also, super rich. In the best possible way. It's like if you melted down a candy bar and then drank it. It's fantastic. I think that a cup this size is probably going to be all that one can handle. Not only do you have that really dark chocolate, it's not super sweet. It's got the sugar in it, but it's not super sweet. Really dark chocolate. But then those spices are just jumping out at you, the cinnamon especially, but you get the cardamom, you get that silkiness from the vanilla. That's really, really good. What is interesting is that, and this is on me, there are still some gritty pieces in there because getting the cacao nibs completely smooth is darn near impossible without like real machines that do that. But I don't care. It's absolutely delicious. Now, I think if you use like powdered cocoa, it's going to have the same flavor profile. It's going to really be the texture that's very different, but it's a lot easier. So if you just want to do that or melt down some pure chocolate and use that, go right ahead. So I'll put the video to the other hot chocolate episode that I did that was on the Aztec chocolate, or that recipe is also in the Tasting History Cookbook, and I will see you next time on Drinking History.
Sometimes a simple mistake means that we get a look behind the curtain, and today it is Valve, and it's all because of messy redactions in a legal case. Because of those, we got to crack open the orange box and actually see how Valve works. Now, that they are successful is obviously a surprise to nobody, but the degree to which they are successful and how they compare to massive publishers like Nintendo, Take-Two, and EA, that truly is quite something, as is today's sponsor. Boot.dev/Bellular News. Now, they exist to teach you back-end web development using Python and Go, and they solve the massive problem of tutorial walkthrough language to gamers like us. Boot.dev/ To start with, we've got to take a look at some other benchmarks, because if I just dropped a whole bunch of Valve numbers and they weren't in context, you wouldn't appreciate how strong Valve's numbers actually are. So here are gaming operating margins as of July 2024. For Take-Two Interactive, it's minus 21.01%, which I think is because they're developing a few rather expensive games, like GTA. Then there's Electronic Arts. Their margin is 19.06%. Nintendo are doing pretty good there at 39.17%, and CD Projekt are sitting there with 42.03%. So our takeaway there is that 20 to 40% is kind of the norm, and honestly, when you look at lots of pretty big publicly traded companies, you do see numbers in and around that. Now, this stuff from Valve, it's all court documents from 2021, so it's a little out of date as compared to these numbers, and a few things have changed, but the core of Valve's business, I think, has only got stronger. Also, compared to these companies, Valve has just got a fraction of the employee headcount, and that means that they're making their money far more efficiently, to the point where they utterly destroy all of those examples by, well, orders of magnitude, really. Now, this hinges on our numbers being right, on this not being some random unverified 4chan leak, so let me explain how it all went down, because it turns out that story is also pretty fascinating, and it involves leaked emails from Valve. So Valve are dealing with a lawsuit from Wolfire Games, and this is all relating to their alleged monopoly over the PC gaming store space via controlling the prices of Steam keys on other stores. Now, the judge has basically looked at this case, and they've given leave for the case to make it to trial. And that means that a lot of documentation is filed, and that means that we actually get to read some of it. So on the monopoly side of things, obviously, you may agree, you may disagree. I'd certainly say that most of us probably disagree, because officially, right, those pricing rules only apply to Steam keys. And it does feel kind of absurd that they would basically be expected to have other stores undercut their own store for a game that'll be running on their own platform, distributed by, their servers onto the accounts of their users. Yeah, that does seem a bit goofy. But obviously, you and me, well, we're just a pack of gamers. We're not regulators, unless you're like Lena Khan or something, which would certainly be a surprise. Anyway, per the evidence that has been provided by the complainants in this story, Valve are alleged to have actually not just been doing this in Steam keys, that they've actually done this in general, not for Steam keys, in some interactions with developers in the past. Now, what I'm going to cover here is basically documentation built by Wolfire's expert witness. witness. So the expert witness is obviously somebody who is trying to convince the judge that Steam has got a monopoly and that they're furthering that through anti-competitive price controlling behavior. So in this case, I'd say we're less interested in the parts of the document that are his arguments, because obviously those will be painting Steam in a bad light. The one thing that is interesting is some emails that he's using as evidence. And when you look at those emails, they certainly suggest that Steam keys are only the start of the pricing concerns, and that at least at one point in the past, Valve were perfectly happy to pull games from sale if a developer sold them cheaper elsewhere at all, not Steam keys. Now, when you look at those emails, and they're on the screen now, I think what you basically see is just peak Valve being Valve, where it's maybe not that there's a super hard, policy decision outside of what is, sitting there in the actual agreement the developers, agreed to, which of course has got the rules and regulations about the use of Steam keys. It does seem that it's just people at Valve, operating with their own understanding of Valve's rules and maybe some of the thinking that informs Valve's rules. And that means that yes, there's the Steam key argument, but then there's also the argument of, well, why would we have your game on our platform when you're basically undercutting us somewhere else? Get lost. Right? In a way, that's totally understandable. And what it actually reminds me of is the sorts of price wars and fights over shelf space and stuff like that actually goes on between, say, different brick and mortar, massive grocery stores like your Walmarts and your Tesco's, and them being able to flex their sheer scale and buying power to kind of muscle people out of markets and to, play a little bit dirty. So that definitely is evidence that absolutely should be considered as something that is not really in Valve's favor if they are going to be falling back on just that it's Steam keys as a part of their defense. That being said, these are only a handful of documents, right? And they are being compiled by somebody who is very much, trying to make the case to the judge that what Valve are doing is wrong, or at least has been wrong in the past. And that means there's going to be a degree of cherry picking here. There could be other evidence that maybe contradicts this that has just been cherry picked and not left in. Anyway, this is the sort of thing that you and me basically are allowed to look at when this sort of thing happens with the trial. But it's not like you just get to see all of the documents in an unredacted state. Of course, Valve will want a whole bunch of maybe proprietary, sort of secret info that is important to them. They'll want to redact some of that, but what's happened here is messy redaction. Now, these documents were spotted by Pavel, who is actually the creator of SteamDB, and this shows a 2019 to 2021 gross margins and commissions chart, as well as an 18-year-long employee count / distribution thing, as well as the costs of those employees. Now, in both cases, the documents are presented without any context of how they relate to the wider case, so we're not really going to be reproducing them directly here. They've they've went out into the wild, but then they've been pulled since reporting has started. So it's a bit of a funky case, but absolutely what we can do is talk through what we have seen. The first thing is commission revenue. That very much appears to be how much money Valve is making just through their Steam commission, which of course, to remind you, is 30% by default. It can though go down to 20% if you get, I think for the case of 20%, it's over 50 million in revenue, right? So that's what they're getting off Steam from other devs. That's not including their own hardware or their own game sales. In 2021, their commission revenues surpassed $2 billion. 10 years prior, it was 250 million. So that is an absolutely amazing amount of growth. And there are some key things in that. Like in 2013, with the advent of Steam Greenlight, the figures almost doubled. Then in 2017, Greenlight went away. Pretty much anybody could publish a game on Steam. And you do just see the commission revenue kind of jump again, in this case by a fifth year on year. And if you think about that point in time, you do have games exploding, say like PUBG, that sold millions and millions and millions of copies and therefore will be guaranteed to bump up those numbers. I think it's also the case that things like, Greenlight and then the removal of Greenlight, they just let anybody publish and say early access, that did lead to some genres going. I mean, the idea that an early access survival game is something that can do well in Steam, we kind of know that from experience. And it's a great example of changes to the Steam platform actually changing up what sorts of games get made and how they're funded. Because if you just went and did those via Kickstarter or early access in some other storefront that did not have the clout of Steam, you probably wouldn't have seen a bunch of those success stories. Another neat thing too is, if you ever wanted to see the impact of the pandemic clearly, 2020 saw Steam break the 1.5 billion mark for the first time ever. And of course, from 2020 to 2021, they hit 2 billion. Like, that is absolutely astounding growth. Of course, the true challenge for any business is how much you're able to turn all of that revenue into profit. A great example is, say, Amazon. Absolutely gargantuan revenues with a company like them, but they actually have very, very, very small margins because of, well, basically the sort of game that they're playing. Very much not the case with Valve, though. So what we can look at here is their profit margins. So from 2009 to 2013, gross margin percentages were around 80%, and from that point on, fluctuating from 70% onwards. Meanwhile, though, their operating margins, and that's the one that really matters, those start at 30% in 2019, jump to 50% for 2011, and then hover in and around that before jumping to 60% in 2020. Now, a bit of a problem with that is you might see gross margin and operating margin and think, what are these different sorts of margins? Essentially, your gross margins are like profit that they're making minus a bunch of costs of production, whereas your operating margin is more sort of overall as a business, taking into account the likes of their internet connection, rent, and all of that stuff. So what we basically see is an operating margin that is absolutely astounding, and that gives us an idea of just how successful Valve is and just how much of that is built on the commissions that are from Steam. But that's not all that we get. If you remember back to the Epic Games stuff, one of the documents that we got from this trial basically showed Tim Sweeney's calculations that Valve was spending about 7% of the revenue from sold games on the costs of maintaining Steam. Tim then argued that that was a poor rationale for maintaining Steam's 30% cut on developers, especially because Valve are now operating at such a large scale and they're able to basically make, unit economics that work way more in their favor. And really, for me, it's kind of funny when you think about Tim Sweeney's argument because, yeah, I mean, sure, Tim, I get it. They are making hand over fist on Steam. But, like, why would they simply choose to have less profit? Why would they do that, right? Like, if they can get away with it. So I understand what Tim is saying, and there's a bit of what he's saying that is quite, developers rise up, get more money, take down the middleman. And hey, I think we all fundamentally think the idea of the middleman skimming less money off the top, probably a good thing for overall, like, efficiency, in a market. Though people would probably say that one of the things the middleman can do is offer, a really fantastic service that can, well, and I suppose that's actually what happens with Valve. They offer an amazing service, and that then leads to, yes, lower margins because Valve takes some money, but Valve matchmake your product with customers and then help you sell more product, and that's essentially what Valve is doing. And maybe that's the core difference between Tim Sweeney's pricing and Gabe's pricing. Tim Sweeney is saying, we will sell a game to a customer, they can download it, there'll be a store with a launcher, some reviews, whatever, fine. Very plain and simple. Whereas what Valve are doing is they're basically saying, okay, yeah, we'll sell your game. If you're an indie, we're taking 30%, but do you know what we'll do that guy Tim won't do? We will have an extremely powerful search and discovery engine that means that if your game gets, the common wisdom is over 50k wish lists, it will just spread all over the discovery queues and the store pages of people, and therefore you'll get way more sales. So I think Sweeney is almost falling into a bit of a fallacy. Do you remember when you were first, maybe as a kid, thinking about like products, and you're like, if this phone has a bill of goods that is this much money and it's selling for that much money, oh my god, that is so much profit. But of course, that's not taking in the company's rent, taxes, accountancy, R&D, all of those things that are important, and also, well, the value that is outside of just the bill of goods. And that's really the difference here. Tim is very much focused on almost the bill of goods of distributing a game digitally, whereas Valve is basically operating more on value-based pricing for the developer, where they are saying, yes, we'll take more, but it will be still a good value for you. It will be more expensive to sell your game in Steam, but it will be a better value because it will get you more customers. Fundamentally, that is what Tim Sweeney is failing to account for when he's talking about this sort of thing. Anyway, that's kind of beyond the point of the video. The main thing to take away here is that when you look at the operating margins and you compare to Take-Two, EA, CDPR, and Nintendo, which all have got their own launchers, stores, platforms, in the case of Nintendo hardware, well, guess what? Valve is absolutely trouncing all of them. I think Nintendo's actually a real good example because they're pretty known for being extremely cost aggressive on their bill of goods, right? And they usually do sell their actual consoles with a positive margin. They don't really do the loss leader strategy that others do. Anyway, that maybe helps them get their 40 whatever %. The other side of this, though, is efficiency. How many dollars are you pulling in per employee at your company. And that's where we can take a look at this chart spanning 2003 to 2021, very helpfully compiled by the people over at The Verge. And we can basically see how the company has grown, right? So this chart features the columns of year, category of staff, and then two blank columns that seem to be translating to pay and number of employees. So to simplify, let's just compare 2003 to 2021. So that's the launch of Steam to where they are now. They had 78 staff. Admin was 5 people and cost just shy of $500,000, 450 grand. Then 57 game staff cost just shy of 4 million, and they spent $1 million on the 16 staff who were operating Steam. Now, of course, currencies have inflated since 2003, and Valve is obviously a lot larger. Also, hardware didn't become its own metric in this reporting until the 2011 launch of Steam machines, if you remember the whole Steam machines thing. So, in 2021, Valve had 336 staff. 35 admin staff were costing them $158 million. 181 game staff were costing them $192 million. For hardware, 41 staff were costing just shy of $18 million. And for Steam, they had 79 people for a cost of $76.5 million, meaning their total cost of their employees was $435 million. But what's notable here, the company that functionally is PC gaming is pulling that off with 336 total people with only 79 working on Steam. Now, obviously, the costs here are not taking into account servers, tax, and dozens of other factors that come into running a company. But if you consider that the Steam commission revenues alone were over $2 billion in 2021, I don't think Valve are going to be hurting that much. And of course, they've got plenty of monetization. We all know that people go absolutely nuts for weapon skins in CS2. And so what this means is that, especially if you were to just think about the Steam part of Valve, they punch so above their weight in comparison to other large platform holders like your Amazons, your Googles, or your Apples that have got tens of thousands of employees. They're able to do it with 79 motherfuckers. That is absolutely crazy. So does this stuff, the finances, the number of staff, does that help to explain how Valve have got a monopoly? I mean, not really. It just shows that they are amazingly successful and that they're amazingly efficient. And to be honest, when you look at so many of the large tech companies, what you do see is companies that got very, very, very bloated and inefficient. Now, I am not trying to be callous to job losses, right? But a lot of those big tech companies, they do seem to have greatly overhired, and obviously the people who really pay the price there are not the shareholders or the CEOs. No, they are the actual workers, who are basically just victims of a business cycle. All while Valve are sitting there with probably less than a single-digit fraction of those companies' total headcount and is able to make that much money off it. It almost reminds you of some of the big startup stories like WhatsApp and Instagram. Like, I think Instagram was like 20-something people when it was acquired for, I forget the number exactly, but it was over $1 billion anyway. When we look at this, what we see is that Valve are extremely successful, and the context of these documents is that they're trying to build an argument that Steam are essentially running a monopoly and that they're engaging in anti-competitive practices. Now, for the monopoly side, proof there will be whether Valve's success plus their rules for their platform disadvantage competitors and developers. Of course, if Valve was losing a bunch of money here, it would be harder to argue. I suppose if they are absurdly efficient, making massive amounts of money, then that could be used to build up that argument. Now, when we take a look at some of the evidence that was provided here by the expert witness, well, you do see that at times, yeah, it has appeared to not be just about Steam keys. Like, they do explicitly say that in those emails, but again, those are not all of the emails that have been sent. We don't know what the follow-ups were to those emails. I mean, it's perfectly possible that with some of these emails, I mean, the publishers could have got a bit angry, maybe it got escalated at Valve, and maybe a different policy decision was made. Though I suppose if it was as easy to just resolve the problem, maybe the expert witness wouldn't have included this in the documentation that's, obviously supposed to be supporting his arguments. For regulators, there is another side of this, and that is if they choose to see Steam as two things, not one thing that's unified, right? So we think of Steam as Steam, but a regulator may look at it and say, okay, Steam is a platform, but it's also a store. They could then argue that the platform has disproportionate control over PC gaming, such that if you're not on that platform, then you're not going to be competitive and you can't be on that platform without being on that store. They then look at the price control rules about the Steam keys and if that is ever applied outside of Steam keys, and that's basically how they would try to build some sort of anti-competition argument there for the judge. Of course, the counter argument is going to be that you can just go and make your own storefront. You can sell your game DRM free on your own website. Valve aren't going to stop you. You can put your game on GOG with no DRM, or you can put it in anyone else's store. Even if that store has got DRM, you do actually have plenty of options. But a regulator could look at all of this and they could say, yes, devs can put their games on other platforms, but if they want to make meaningful amounts of money on PC, they basically do have to put it on Steam. And one of the ways where you could try to compete with Steam is on price, such as, selling it directly yourself, doing your farm shop instead of selling it to the local supermarket. Well, they could argue that if Valve's enforcement and interpretation of their own rules prevents you from doing that, then it takes away an angle of competition, and that could be an anti-competitive thing. So that's the kind of arguments that will be floating around a case like this. I don't think it's as strong a case as some other recent anti-competition things that have went on. And certainly, Valve will be able to afford the lawyers. Overall, then, what we're seeing is margins that are absolutely astounding. One of the things about business and organizations is it's hard to basically keep a high concentration of talent as scale happens. That's just kind of a natural thing. Some of your talent concentration, that will obviously dilute as you scale. So keeping high margins as you scale is extremely challenging. Now, high operating margins like that are of course not a completely unseen thing in business. Thing is though, usually it's easier for those to be higher when you're like a little bit lower. It's real hard to scale up a company. And what Valve have done so amazingly is that they have scaled up the market share of their store and platform without massively scaling up the size of their company. And that's basically meant that as Steam has gotten more powerful, they have gotten more efficient. They have essentially created likely one of the most powerful virtuous cycles that you'll see in a company like this. And when we look then at how they're spending their piggy bank of money, well, it does seem to be on some pretty damn cool shit. I mean, sure, Steam machines didn't take off. We're not all playing with our Steam controllers right now, but damn, did the Steam Deck not crack open basically a new market for PC gaming? Have Valve not done absolutely instrumental and deeply cool things within the VR space? Like for gamers instead of some weird, meta, Apple metaverse bollocks. So that's basically the situation. GG Gabe, you built one of Earth's greatest businesses. We'll have to see how these trials all go. But anyway, that's it for me. You can check out the video that we published yesterday, and of course, there will be one tomorrow, so I'll see you there.
Always. Goodbye.
Come on. Hey, are you here as a customer? I'm afraid I've dealt. Oh, is there anything wrong? Ah.
Hello, my name is Hayata, and I'm journeying. Hello? Is someone there? My name is Hayata, and I'm journeying in search of the distant light. If I might be so bold as to ask, would you donate any Shabriri grapes in your possession to me? My eyesight has been weak since birth, you see. Like when I eat one of those grapes, it will lead me. Hello? Would you donate? I'm on a pilgrim when I eat.
Hey!
You're tarnished, then perhaps you could spare some runes. Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge. Well, bless you. You're a true saint. My name is Topes. Presuming you're interested, I can only... Thank you, kind soul, for learning my paltry sorcery. I never imagined that a blunt... Back to learn another? Why, of course. Apologies, I'm afraid my... Oh, right. I can tell you what You've seen that's the... Only it's those after they declare the Academy card, as you might have guessed, making entry to the... And so on. When they cut...
Hey! eat, everyone.
Here in the US, we have a restaurant called Wiener Schnitzel. Ironically, they sell hot dogs and not, as you might guess, the Austrian national dish Wiener Schnitzel. So instead, I'm going to make it myself using a recipe from 1824. So make schnitzel of the Wiener variety, this time on Tasting History. So last October, while I was in Vienna, several viewers took me to dinner at Fiegelmüller, a restaurant founded in 1905 which is famous for serving traditional Wiener Schnitzel. But what exactly is traditional Wiener Schnitzel? Well, schnitzel, which likely comes from the term schnitten, meaning to cut, is a thinly sliced piece of meat that has been breaded and fried. And there are different versions of it all over Central Europe, and even here in the US, I guess, if you consider chicken fried steak a schnitzel, which I think I do. But what makes a Wiener Schnitzel, literally Viennese schnitzel, is that it is made using veal. And one of the earliest recipes that I could find came in an 1824 cookbook that translates to Useful Book for the Kitchen When Preparing Meals by August Erdmann Lehmann. Now this recipe actually predates the term Wiener Schnitzel, so it's simply called Kalbschnitzel, which means veal schnitzel. And it says, thin slices are cut from coarse raw meat, pounded well and seasoned with salt, sprinkle pepper, then add 1 teaspoon of fine herbs and parsley, lemon zest, and warm butter, mix in 1 egg, turn the schnitzel in it, breaded with breadcrumbs, fry in hot butter on both sides for 2 minutes in a pan, basted with lemon juice, and served with a spicy sauce. So this recipe is similar to a modern-day Wiener Schnitzel, except usually the modern-day version doesn't have the herbs and the butter and the lemon zest with the egg wash, it's just dipped in egg. It also is missing a key ingredient or a key step in its preparation, which is dredging it in flour. A modern-day schnitzel is always dredged in flour, which helps the breading kind of lift away from the schnitzel later on. And you'll start to see that in recipes in the late 1800s, and by the early 1900s, all recipes have that, but this one doesn't. The other difference is how this one is served. It says that it is served with lemon, which is traditional, but then it's also served with a spicy sauce. And unfortunately, the cookbook is not specific in what spicy sauce is. I looked through it, I couldn't find anything. It might be referring to something that at least used to be called Zigeuner sauce, which translates to gypsy sauce, and it is just a sauce of paprika and different peppers. But the recipe is not clear, so I don't want to do that because that might not be right. Also, Wiener Schnitzel today is not served that way, nor has it been for a very long time. So I'm going to look to yet another old recipe from a cookbook called Die Österreichische Küche, or Austrian Cuisine, published in 1900. And it says that when serving Wiener Schnitzel, you put a lemon wedge with every schnitzel and some green parsley on the dish. Also, a huge thank you to Charlotte Witteshagen for sending me both of these recipes. She did this way back in the summer of 2021, and I am just getting to them now. I have quite the backlog, but thank you, Charlotte, for sending me these. Also, this is kind of a change of gear, but my mother is trying to plan us a trip to go see the Christmas markets in Germany and Austria, and she wanted me to ask if anyone in Germany or Austria, one, has any suggestions, but more so, if you have any people that you know who can help set up a trip like that, let me know in the comments or email me. That would be awesome. Now for this recipe, what you'll need is 2 to 3 veal cutlets. Now if you don't like veal or just don't want to use veal, you can use chicken or pork. Those work as well. Technically they're not Wiener Schnitzel, they're just other types of schnitzel, but nobody's going to care. A bit of salt and pepper for seasoning, 1 teaspoon of herbs and parsley finely minced, a half teaspoon of lemon zest, 1 tablespoon of melted butter, 1 egg, and plenty of breadcrumbs crushed very fine. Then for frying, she does say to use butter. Now, she's going to be using, I promise you, clarified butter, because if you just use regular butter for this, the smoke point is so low that it will start smoking and burning before you're actually frying anything, so you want clarified butter, or you can use anything else that any other oil that you want, but clarified butter, that's going to be the best flavor, I think. So first, take the cutlets of meat and using a mallet or a meat tenderizer, pound them out for a couple of minutes until they are a little bit thinner than your pinky. And to avoid a mess, it does help to wrap the meat in plastic wrap or parchment. Then sprinkle each piece of meat with some salt and pepper for seasoning and rub it in, and then in a wide bowl, gently beat the egg until it's just smooth, and then add the herbs and parsley and the lemon zest and the melted butter and mix it all together. Then dip the cutlets into the egg, shaking off any excess, then dredge them in the breadcrumbs, pressing the breadcrumbs in to make them adhere. Then in a large flat pan, heat the clarified butter to about 350 degrees Fahrenheit, 180 Celsius, and set the meat in the pan, letting it fry for about 1 to 2 minutes, making sure it's not sticking to the pan. You can actually rock the pan back and forth to make sure that the schnitzel remains floating in the fat. Now today, one mark of a good schnitzel is that it is like this big around. You want it like overflowing the plate. The thing is, I couldn't find a piece of veal nearly that big, and I think that if I tried to fry a piece of meat that big, I would just end up splattering myself with hot oil, so I'm using smaller pieces. But if you can get a big piece, use a big piece. Just be careful when you flip the schnitzel over to allow it to fry for another minute or two on the other side. Then remove it from the pan and let it drain on some paper towel while you finish up the rest of your pieces of meat, and I tell you the history of Wiener Schnitzel. So the origin of schnitzel is a point of contentious debate, namely because it's filled with legend and guesswork. What is fairly sure is that it did not start out in either Vienna or any of the Germanic-speaking world. Some have claimed that they had breaded and fried slices of meat in Constantinople in the 12th century, and others claim that it dates further back to ancient Rome, and still others say it was the Moors of Spain who first coated meat in bread and fried it. And to all of that, I say, poppycock. Poppycock, I say, because the fact is, all of these claims are always made without any evidence of any kind, and it's more likely that people were putting bread stuff on meat and frying it long before anyone was writing any of this stuff down. But that doesn't mean that the myths that are often associated with the invention of schnitzel aren't interesting and, frankly, worth at least mentioning. One of my favorites is the fact that the schnitzel is golden brown comes from the practice of gilding food or covering it with gold that was popular in the Middle Ages. Now, I have bedited several medieval dishes with gold leaf here on the channel, as during the Middle Ages, putting gold on your food was a wonderful way to show off your wealth. I mean, Salt Bae's tomahawk steak that is covered in gold foil is nothing new. He's just copying from the 13th and 14th century cooks of Europe and charging way too much for it. Throughout medieval Italy, this was a very popular thing to do if you were stupidly wealthy, and in Venice it became so en vogue that even the nuns of Santa Maria Celeste were said to have put gold flecks into the bussolai biscuits that they sold. These are a famous Venetian butter cookie that are today colored gold, not with actual gold, but with far less expensive egg yolk. But in the Middle Ages, according to legend, it was gold. Well, in the 16th century, the Council of Venice set limits on the amount of gold that could be used in the kitchens. So not being able to use gold to cover the food, the cooks of 16th century Venice looked to something else, and that was breadcrumbs, which they could fry to a golden brown, which has to be one of the silliest theories I can think of, because while breadcrumbs probably taste better than gold, it doesn't have the same cachet, the same bling as gold. It would be like writing Ferrari on the side of a Toyota. Everybody knows that it's not a Ferrari. You're not fooling anyone. So while the idea of Italian cooks ditching gold in favor of breadcrumbs is kind of far-fetched, the Italians did have their own version of schnitzel. There is a dish from Milan known as cotoletta alla milanese, which is essentially a veal cutlet breaded and fried in clarified butter, though the same exact dish has appeared in French cookbooks since 1735, so some claim that it was actually the French who brought the dish to Italy, but it doesn't really matter where it started out. It's the Italian version that gave rise to perhaps the most popular myth about the advent of schnitzel. This legend says that Austrian Field Marshal Josef Radetzky, while he was commanding the Austrian forces in Lombardy, Venetia, was introduced to this Italian veal dish, and he loved it so much that he decided to bring it back to the Viennese palace and introduce it to the emperor, who also loved it so much that he had it made all the time, and so it became the national dish. That is definitely not true, seeing as that would have taken place in like the mid-19th century, and we have recipes going back further than that, but still, fun story. No, unfortunately, all of the fun stories are just that. They're stories. None of them have any basis in truth. It's more likely that Wiener Schnitzel and schnitzel in general was just invented by different cooks, perhaps at different times, who breaded some meat and fried it. It's not that complicated. It's not only in Europe, it's all over the world, different versions of this, so it's just cooks passing it around, and that's how most dishes come to be. One thing that is clear is that the German and Austrian cookbooks of the 18th and 19th century do have many variations on this dish. Some aren't even fried. There are versions that are baked, like one in the 1719 Salzburger Kochbuch by Konrad Hager. And a recipe from 1740 has it being coated only in flour and not breadcrumbs, and then fried. So that's like the opposite of what we're making today. And then there are versions that are made with veal, some are with pork, some are with chicken, others with beef that isn't veal. And then there are versions that are covered in sauces, and some that are even covered in cheese. But none of them are exactly like the Wiener Schnitzel of today. In fact, the term Wiener Schnitzel doesn't even begin to appear until the latter half of the 19th century. In 1893, a publication from Leipzig says that Wiener Schnitzel is a synonym for the more popular Kaiserschnitzel. And it was in the early 20th century that the Austrian culinary scene decided to champion this term Wiener Schnitzel as being a veal cutlet that is turned into a schnitzel, kind of as a way to distinguish its cuisine from other German cuisines of the time. It was also around this time that restaurants in Vienna began specializing in schnitzel. The food writer Franz Josef Beutel, writing in 1901, said that no menu is complete without a Wiener Schnitzel, whether it's the restaurant of a roadside inn or that of one of Vienna's grandest hotels. And by 1913, in Vienna, for Wiener Schnitzel, it's clear that the sauces and cheese are eschewed. And for a proper Wiener Schnitzel, you put a lemon wedge with every schnitzel and some green parsley on the dish. And that's how I'm doing it today. It's so simple and yet adds a wonderful flavor, and that is how it was served when I went to Figlmüller last autumn, and supposedly that's how they've been cooking it since they opened in 1905. And today the term Wiener Schnitzel is actually protected by the Austrian government and does say that it must be made out of veal. Granted, if you want pork, you can have schnitzel made of pork, and they will call it Wiener Schnitzel vom Schwein, or with pork. But technically it's supposed to be made with veal, which is how I'm doing it today, and I can't wait to try it. So once the schnitzel is drained, serve it with a bit of lemon and parsley, and here we are. Schnitzel from 1824. So the first thing that I notice is that the breading is still adhered to the veal, which you'd think was a good thing, but actually that's not what you want in a modern day schnitzel. The bread is supposed to kind of puff up and pull away from the veal, but I think without the addition of that layer of flour, that's just not going to happen. So let's see how it tastes. It tastes just like I remember it. It has that wonderful crunch from the breading, but then this really just rich flavor, and partly it's the veal, but partly I think it's the butter that it is fried in. If you're doing this with chicken or pork, you're going to still get some of that really just unctuous butteriness that's absolutely fantastic. Now the other difference that I see in my schnitzel versus the modern day schnitzel is probably less due to the recipe and more due to my cooking, and that is the golden brown. It's the ones that you get in Vienna are really light golden brown and perfectly uniform in color, whereas mine is a little darker and a little bit more mottled, but you know, the flavor is there and that's what really counts. So as I finish my Wiener Schnitzel, I am going to answer the question that I'm sure you've all been wondering, and that is, why is the US's largest hot dog chain, Wiener Schnitzel, called Wiener Schnitzel if they don't sell Wiener Schnitzel? Well, it was founded by John Gallardi, who was an employee for Taco Bell, and originally he had thought that he would name it John's Hot Dogs, but that wasn't very memorable. So while he was having dinner with Glenn Bell, the founder of Taco Bell, Glenn's wife suggested a name that she had seen in a cookbook, Der Wiener Schnitzel. And even though it had nothing to do with hot dogs, it was memorable, so they decided, sure, we'll go with that as the name. After a while, they dropped the Der and just kept the Wiener Schnitzel, obviously not pronouncing it Wiener Schnitzel as in German, but Wiener Schnitzel as in Wiener Schnitzel. And until very recently, they had never sold any Wiener Schnitzel. In fact, they still haven't, but they did have a marketing campaign back in, I think, 2017, where they did sell schnitzel. It was chicken schnitzel, and it was in the form of a sandwich. That's as close as they've ever got. So if you're gonna go to a Wiener Schnitzel, just expect hot dogs and corn dogs, which are fantastic. But if you want Wiener Schnitzel, you'll either have to head to Vienna or make some at home like I did. And I will see you next time on Tasting History.
People. Number 12. So just a bit of an embarrassing story into the whole process. I had the word intro written down below the title of the script for like 3 days before I actually finished up the rest of the script, and now I'm just sitting here about to record, and not about to record. I'm literally recording right now, and I just now realized I haven't written an intro. This isn't a bit. I actually didn't do this. Like, I just forgot. So, Blades of Stone, traded in using the Wild Boar Remembrance. Okay, so the charged variant has a really unique feature that sets it apart from its normal cast, which is that it spawns 3 groupings of projectiles instead of just 1. I replaced all the invisible bullets with glintstone pebbles here so we can get a better view of its trajectory and behavior. And it looks like unless the enemy is close enough for the initial bullet to actually connect, it has a fixed distance that it will travel no matter what. The initial bullet also has a decent amount of tracking to it, but that tracking stops once all the secondary bullets are fired into the ground, which then creates the blast zone of the actual spell. The charged variant chains into 3 separate groupings that fire on a delay after the blast zone before it has already been defined. And at a glance, it seems to just travel in a straight line, but each new bullet spawned after the cluster of stones before it has detonated also has its own tracking and velocity. Sadly, the distance said bullets can actually travel isn't anything more than like a couple feet, meaning an enemy who's full tilt sprinting at you can easily outrun the tracking of the second and third cluster. I feel like this gives the sorcery a very particular strength against hyper-aggressive enemies like the Cirque Blade Dancers. With a little help from Bullgoat Talisman or Leaden Hardtier, you can easily time a charged cast to where it fires right as the enemy is pretty much in front of you, leading to them hopefully getting hit with all 3 counts of damage. If you're against a boss that has to walk towards you for 10 seconds before actually doing anything remotely dangerous like Mog or Radagon, spamming charged casts at them is a great way to immediately break poise and hopefully deal several thousand damage in the process. You can also hug the corners of walls and other map geometry like in the Godskin duo fight to obscure projectile spam. It's got a learning curve to it, but it hits way too hard to be ignored, and it's one of the game's only worthwhile sorceries that actually take up multiple slots and feel worth it. Cherishing Fingers. Complete Count Emir's entire goddamn questline, boss fight and all. Seriously, that item description ain't no joke. You can deflect anything with this shit. I wish they would have given us this a little earlier than completing an entire questline we aren't even expected to find until we knocked out Mesmer, but I also understand why. Having this utility in your back pocket would have made Rolana into such a pushover that any appearance of her in the story trailer would have had to have been trimmed out due to sheer embarrassment. Sorceries in the Finger class tend to inflict magic damage pretty consistently, so learning that this actually inflicted physical damage was a surprise. The second surprise was seeing that the discrepancy between charged and uncharged was almost 100 points of damage. The third surprise was a distinct absence of hyper armor I noticed while my brains became a fresh coat of paint for Midra's living room wall. Specifically regarding its deflection utility, I was able to consistently smack away whatever spam sandwich was being thrown my way, so long as I started casting it the instant I saw a specific animation. The window of deflection is usually long enough to muscle through a solid second of spam, no matter what it is. For damage purposes, the spell is best used in tandem with other stagger-heavy sorceries that hold the target in place and keep it from being too aggressive. Gravity sorceries tend to be pretty good at this, so fire off a grav missile and time a charged cast with when the missile pulls in enemies. Use poise boosting items like Iron Jar, Bullgoat Talisman, or Leaden Hard Tier can also make up for the hyper armor deficit. Fleeting Microcosm, purchased from Count Emir after ringing the second finger bell. Looking to aim this at an enemy aware of your presence and is currently marching towards you at any speed faster than a slinky somersaulting down the stairs? Don't. Instead, just point the camera straight down and fire your cosmic load straight into the fucking floor. Don't even bother using this at range, not when gravitational missile exists. Curiously enough, Fleeting Microcosm actually outpaces the grav missile by around 30 points of damage with a regular cast, and around 50 if charged, provided both hits connect. I think what lends the grav missile sorcery to be so widely preferred is the difference in its hit radius. 4.5 Miyazaki's is the largest radius a microcosm will ever become, while the grav missile not only detonates with a radius of 6, but also contains an effect that draws enemies into its center, leading to the final hit connecting much more frequently. The microcosm demands 26 FP versus the grav missile's 18, but also has a noticeably shorter fuse and can deal its full damage quicker in a pinch. Another advantage of the microcosm can be found in its pre-detonation phase, where the initial burst of damage has a stagger value of 3 versus the grav missile's 2. This is something you tend to notice on flinching animations of medium-sized enemies, but the stagger value being what it is on the microcosm sorcery means it can true combo small to medium-sized enemies that get staggered by the first hit. I still think the grav missile is overall the better option for things like utility and FP efficiency, but the choice between the two in certain situations may not be as clear as people think. Glintblade Trio. From the Castle Ensis checkpoint, Grace, head straight ahead like it's your first time here and just play through the area like normal. When you get to the Iron Gate, go through it and then immediately turn left off the ledge. Climb up some ladders and then drop down from the north end of the roof and it'll be waiting for you right there. Glintblade Trio is the poor, misunderstood bastard father of its forever preferred son, the magic Glintblade. When comparing the charge casts, Trio can barely achieve just a sliver of damage more than its single projectile counterpart, and the damage gets even worse when comparing the regular cast, where Trio usually falls a little more than 10% below the single Glintblade. And I think most of us know by now that the simple big PP damage number means bigger worth and small PP number means less efficiency, and therefore trash logic is sometimes a disingenuous comparison that can get pretty rickety once you start looking at multi-hit spells. Each blade of the trio, when charged, inflicts 6 poise damage. That is 18 if all 3 connect versus the 10 you get out of the single Glintblade. The total amount becomes 12 when casting normally. The poise munching potential of the trio sorcery versus the single sorcery should be pretty obvious from there, but multi-hit sorceries are also wonderful for activating other effects like the winged sword buffs or the HP regen from Godskin Swaddling Cloth. The stamina damage on the trio surges pretty far ahead of Magic Glintblade as well, dealing 111 total stamina damage with a charge cast if all 3 connect, making it an ideal choice against Black Steel Knights and other cowards who hide behind big shields. Something I also found out was the trio variant, along with the 2 nail sorceries we're about to look at here in a second, can track enemies regardless of whether or not you're locked onto something, which I think is really convenient. Glintstone Nail, purchased from Count Emir after ringing the first finger bell. The damage per nail is 196 uncharged and 239 charged, placing it comfortably between Glintstone Pebble and GGS, while also having significantly higher range and better tracking than either. Maternal Staff or not, this is your new go-to straightforward single-use magic Glock. The tracking on this at point blank is obviously nuts, but its ability to split 5 separate times before ending means casting this at point blank range while locked on allows it the potential to hit the target from behind if you miss, provided it can loop back around successfully, and if Miyazaki substituted said target's brains with weak old mashed potatoes. At 10 FP, it's really hard to find a sorcery that could ever replace it. I guess my only worthwhile tip here is to just not rely only on the Maternal Staff's finger sorcery boost. With 80 intelligence and arcane, the Maternal Staff climbs into the 400s, breaking even with Lusat Staff provided all your stats are 80, but it's still much more high maintenance than most other staves because it needs a solid investment into both intelligence and arcane. This is ultimately why the Maternal Staff still might lose to another option you're more properly built for, like the CRS, even with the 15% boost. Glintstone Nail, Purchased from Count Emir after ringing the first finger bell. 71 magic damage per bullet is actually on the stronger end of the scale when it comes to multi-hitters like this, especially considering you're spawning 6. The multi-hit variant may seem unappealing due to its lacking FP efficiency. It can hit for around 40% more damage than the single nail, charged or not, but the asking price of 23 FP raises a bit of concern regarding how it compares with the 10 FP single shot version. Well, feel free to jettison that concern out the nearest garbage chute along with the last 2 weeks of Wendy's you've let rot in the corner of your apartment, because the true discrepancy between the single and multi-nail lies not in its upfront damage, but in its poise damage, especially when charged. The single nail inflicts 5 poise damage when fully charged, which isn't a big deal. It's barely worth getting out of bed for. An omen could sneeze on you and make a bigger difference. The multi-hit sorcery, however, when charged, hits for 4 poise damage per projectile, multiplied by 6 projectiles. You can be busting kneecaps almost 5 times faster than you would with the single nail sorcery. Take into account how exhausting it is to keep up with dragons in the DLC, and that multi-hit poise damage at range starts to look pretty effective. If you're a brainlet mage that wants to get good DPS out of an FP bar so small you could sew clothes with it, go for the single shot. If you yearn to exercise dominion over colossal foes by shattering their ankles with a pneumatic hammer, go for the multi-shot. Gravitational Missile. Defeat the falling star beast just left of the Hinterlands Bridge. Is that fuse too long for your hamster-sized attention span? Playing too much Wuthering Waves and feel lost and alone without a big number proudly presenting itself in bold text in front of your fucking face? Just throw it into a wall. Throw it into the floor. Throw it up somebody's ass. Any tangible physical object doesn't matter, it'll explode immediately and give you the full damage against anything within 6 Miyazakis of your ugly Nexus preset face. This is a rare instance where we've been given a sorcery that can either function as a straightforward damage bullet or a lingering AoE with some crowd control utility, depending on how you cast it. They actually managed to make a forward-firing projectile sorcery that didn't bore my ass into Alt F4ing everything after I was done capturing footage. The poise damage is actually the same, both charged and uncharged, so if you're running a poise break build with the sorcery, just don't ever bother charging it. It's that simple. It's 3 points for the pulse burst and then 10 points for the final detonation, no matter what. It does flinch enemies pretty reliably, so you can fling this out to keep something from being too aggressive and then rush in with a close quarters sorcery like Shatter Earth or Gavel of Hema. Just think of it as a nice, convenient curtain of protection that allows you to pull off some riskier casts you normally wouldn't go for. 18 FP is honestly underpriced for the utility it gives you. It combos wonderfully into other gravity sorceries like Blades of Stone and Collapsing Stars, and after using them interchangeably for more than a few minutes, it starts to feel pretty obvious which sorcery subclass got thrown the most favors in the DLC. Impenetrable Thorns. From the Dark Chamber entrance grace, right before you fight Mesmer, head back out the entryway until you see some stairs on your right, drop down where the bat enemy is, and it'll be right behind you. Deals magic damage and bleed status. Wow, fuck, what a combo. Okay, so let's go into why this mulches everything the way it does, because I found some fuckery going on in the parameters that I think needs to be addressed. I tried really hard to convince myself that the mechanics of the sorcery itself were just bugged and maybe an intern just added an extra 0 where there shouldn't have been, like just a harmless mistake. But everything looks way too intentional for that to be the case. The magic damage looks normal enough, sure, but the hit duration being 1/10 of a second is where the concern started to build a little, and upon examining the bleed effect tied to the 2 bullets at the end of the chain and seeing the number 72, I just started getting mad. I don't want to bore people too much with the math of how everything works. I think we've had enough of that lately. But the hit bullet has a lifespan of 0.3 seconds, giving it 3 separate opportunities to apply 72 bleed buildup during its lifespan. This allows it to connect up to 9 separate times on a single target, provided you're practically right next to said target. This results in 648 bleed buildup instantly being inflicted per cast, and 1125 magic damage before defense calculation. And it gets boosted for 18% by the Alberic set. If it doesn't bleed, the magic damage will kill it. If it's strong versus magic, the bleed proc will take care of it. I'm sorry, what tips do you need for this again? Just face a direction and start blasting. You'll be fine, I promise. I two-shotted Radahn's first phase by complete accident. I was just trying to demo the spell. I wasn't even building around it. Not one person in the office saw this damage number and decided to speak out and say, hey guys, how about we calm the fuck down a little little bit. It's getting late. Let's all just go home and revisit this tomorrow. Mantle of Thorns. Kill the tree spirit in the sunken chapel. Figure it out. I'm not telling you where it is. It's pointless. Don't look for it. Shit's stupid. 87 base physical damage and doesn't inflict any bleed buildup, unlike its impenetrable bigger brother. If I were the Joker who had the bright idea of relegating the already underwhelming utility of the Briar armor to a sorcery slot and somehow making it functionally worse, I would be paying someone blackmail money for that information to just never go public. You couldn't brazen bull that shit out of me. There's not a single redemptive quirk or quality I can find anywhere remotely close to this sorcery. The very concept of redemption doesn't even want to be seen within the same zip code as whatever this is. The only friend this sorcery will ever be capable of making is the Briar armor set. Just two antisocial dudes chilling out underneath a bridge at 3 a.m. because no one else wants to talk to them. I don't even care if they technically stack. Okay, so what? Fucking use something else. That's the tip. Mass of Putrescence. Starting from the Fissure Depths Grace, head northwest until you reach this drop-off point here, then continue onward until you see the sorcery chilling out to your left. I feel a bit mean trying to offer a tip for this one because I've had very little positive experiences with this sorcery, and not even for a valid reason. I'm not exactly sure how to prove this, but something about this spell just does not function as intended. It shares an animation with Canon of Hema, but in practice resembles the Roiling Magma sorcery a bit more since the Ghost Flame spread isn't triggered upon hitting an enemy with the main projectile, except sometimes it is, but even then it still doesn't feel like it spreads the way it should. The spread is obviously larger when charged up, but it feels really dodgy and just inconsistent. The initial bullet literally goes through enemies, which throws off the entire location of the spread anyways. The short delay probably has some roll catch potential to it if you're looking for a PvP tip, but 41 FP is still way too big of an ask for a sorcery I'm pretty sure is going to get changed in the next patch or two anyways. Miriam's Vanishing. Purchase this from Countamir. I think most people will gravitate towards this being a PvP utility, but I actually think this sorcery has some equally strong, if not stronger, single-player benefits you can mess around with. You can use this to easily avoid meteor attacks from the likes of Estelle and Radon. Gaius' charge attack becomes extremely easy to space out, and it has wonderful synergy with so many different point-blank close-quarter sorceries like Grav Missile, Shatter Earth, Gavel, any of the Carian sword sorceries, or the Glint Blade sorceries. You can cast a failing spell and have it ready, and then abruptly close distance using Miriam's Vanishing. The Glint Blades will give you a short window of cover to start casting something else. Radagon's Icon squeezes even more performance out of this sorcery to the point where it might as well just be Bloodhound Step on a staff. It's more than just another dodge once you get past its deceptively boring concept, but I also feel like being boring is the whole point of the spell. Like, you don't reappear with fireworks blowing out your ass cheeks or anything. Spectacle is pretty obviously not the focus here. It's a simple relocation spell designed to make casting other spells easier and less risky, and honestly, it's really good at doing that, so I have no complaints here. Just get creative with your combos. R'Lana's Twin Moons. Traded in using R'Lana's Remembrance. I like this one for NPC enemies and invaders just because getting knocked out of it doesn't completely prevent the sorcery from casting. The third Shockwave, unfortunately the most punishing part of the spell, won't trigger, but your balls still drop on the fragile heads of your enemies, usually dealing around a couple thousand magic damage. Yet another spell that combos exceedingly well with Grav Missile due to its ability to keep enemies in place and prevent something from shoving its sword too far up your ass in a critical moment. But if you're looking to go in dry without the help of any curtains of protection, whatever you're planning to drop this on had better be facing the exact opposite direction with a blindfold and AirPods at max volume. Otherwise, something will knock you out of it, guaranteed. The vertical displacement of the sorcery hangs you in the air for a couple seconds, so any tip you've heard me say over the years involving moon spells being a great way to counter ground crawling attacks will also apply here. Being a full moon spell also means it gets boosted by the CRS, so don't forget that. Rings of Spectral Light. From the Charo's Hidden Grave Grace, head directly east until you cross the pond, and then pivot north and follow the upward slope all the way to a statue with some grave birds surrounding it. The spell will be on that statue. It's not bad. I'm not exactly thrilled to say it exists either. I had some pretty good results throwing this around with ADR and other Ghost Flame themed tools and weapons, and even though the Frostbite buildup by itself is almost never going to be enough for a competent status build, using it alongside other sorceries like Ranni's Dark Moon or weapons like Death's Poker or the Dark Moon Greatsword can help it out pretty tremendously. This sorcery never feels like the linchpin in any build, but rather an extra means of keeping whoever you're aiming at busy while you charge up something a bit more significant. 15 Frostbite per bullet is is far from impressive, and honestly neither is 50 magic damage, especially when its only would-be saving grace, the damage boost from the Prince of Death staff, doesn't even get applied. If you're facing a boss like Sinisax or other large bosses that don't really move around with any sense of noticeable urgency, you can basically get away with just firing multiple full salvos into its face with very little consequence. Enemies with a tendency to dodge will attempt to evade the windup of the sorcery, lining them up perfectly to eat most of the actual barrage. It's really great when it comes to actually connecting with targets, but you should never run this sorcery as a main source of damage or status. It's a pressure spell that keeps targets busy and prevents frostbite status from decaying by any significant amount if something is out of your effective range. Vortex of Putrescent. God fucking damn it. Putrid Vortex. That's its new name. Putrid Vortex. Traded in using the Putrescent Knight Remembrance. Man, I'm pissed. I wrote 2 whole paragraphs about how this sorcery could technically hit twice on bigger enemies if you properly spaced out the initial ring of bullets or something. I have no idea what extenuating cosmic force planted that idea in my head, but I tried to replicate this multiple times in various clips of footage, and it just never happened again. So that was either a complete lie, or it doesn't happen nearly as consistently enough for it to be a valid piece of advice. Firstly, most people unfortunately acquire this sorcery very late into the DLC, which leaves very limited opportunities for the spell to actually stand out in a fresh run. Instead, just break Miquella's Great Rune by standing in front of Shadowkeep and then leg it straight to the Fissure. I also don't want to complain too much about the hefty int faith requirements, because this being a post-game environment that's so far into the game already takes care of most of those issues anyways, but demanding 2 spell slots makes the 29 FP cost seem incredibly low for some reason, and it's absolutely not. 29 FP to cast anything is a moderately difficult sell already, but it does have some small advantages that I think feel really comfortable on a spell sword build. The cast animation is surprisingly quick, the delay on the subsequent Ghost Flame can flinch smaller enemies, allowing it to be comboed up pretty efficiently with a melee range sorcery. 100 Frostbite is also no small amount, and I think you'll get the most utility out of this if you use it in conjunction with other frost sorceries like Moonblade and Ice Storm. If you stack the sorceries properly, you can proc an effect pretty damn quick, even on big enemies with higher frost resistance. Is it worth 2 spell slots and 29 FP? Jury's still kind of out on that one. Honestly, I'm kind of just hoping some weird tech gets found out months down the road where someone figures out how to get this sorcery to double hit so I can prove to everyone I wasn't succumbing to my weekly lunacy.
Today, we're going to be making our own instant coffee. And by that, as you can probably guess from the large machine here, I don't mean just getting a spoonful of this and adding some hot water. We are going to make the stuff in this jar, little granules, little powdered bits of instant coffee from whatever coffee we want. Now, why would we do this? I think the primary thing is I've wanted to do this for ages because I want to know how good can it taste. If I'm in charge of the coffee that gets brewed and the way that it gets brewed, and I can do a good job with the kind of freeze drying bit, can I make really tasty instant? Or is instant inherently struggling with a kind of quality thing because the process itself is always going to kind of damage the quality of the whole thing? That's what we're going to find out. So today I'll walk you through what we're going to do, the coffees we're going to brew, how we're going to brew them, how we're going to prep them for this thing, and then we'll put them in this and I'll talk you through how these work because frankly, freeze dryers are cool. To talk about why and how we're going to brew the coffee, it's important to understand some of the kind of maths of instant coffee. Now, when you are putting liquid coffee into a freeze dryer, it's going to pull out all the water, and it does it in a cool way. But if you put in, say, a litre of brewed filter coffee, well, that's about 1.5% strength, and what you get out of that would be 15 grams of instant. That's it. Because instant's about 1.4, 1.5% strength, something like that. If you put in espresso, well, it's about 8, 9, 10% strength. So your 1 litre might yield you up to 100 grams of instant, but it's still a lot of water in there, however you sort of do it. So let's get to the brews. We brewed pretty traditional V60s here. For the Kenyan coffee, classic 60 grams a litre, nice yield, classic kind of tasty brews, and then we froze them for reasons I'll explain in a minute. With the espresso, we pulled pretty normal shots, maybe a touch short, 18 grams of coffee in to about 42 grams of coffee out in about 30-ish seconds. A little bit of variance there because we had to pull a lot of shots of espresso for this whole thing. And then we froze them. Now, there's 2 reasons to freeze them. One is that if you put frozen stuff into a freeze dryer, the whole process is quicker. But there's another reason I thought to do it. I thought I was going to be clever and find a little hack to this whole thing because of an idea called freeze concentration. Now, if you've ever wanted to make clear ice, you might know about the idea of directional freezing. If you can get water to freeze from one direction only, if you imagine that sort of 3D thing, but if just the top was where the really cold was, if water freezes directionally, then it tends to push things out of solution down to the bottom, and you get the kind of clear, pure ice at the top. That sort of froze first. I thought if I put coffee in a clear ice cube maker, it may directionally freeze it and then freeze concentrated. These are your classic clear ice cube makers. You have these kind of insulated sides and bottoms so that only the top experiences the cold. That creates that directional freezing. That did not work in this situation. I did check, and the coffee at the top of these things is just coffee. I hoped, it might be sort of more concentrated at the bottom. That's not the case. With the espresso, we tried to buy the smallest one we could, which meant we have slightly ridiculous ice cubes. So as you can see from these melting already, these are skull ice cubes of pure espresso. We did filter the espresso, paper filter the espresso, because there's a lot of particles in there I didn't want in the finished instant. Obviously, filter coffee, it's paper filtered anyway. If you look at what you get on an instant sort of filter paper, and you can just see on here loads of fine particles that I just add bitterness and sort of unpleasantness. This was definitely worth doing for this project, I think. So this is the result. I thought I'd share it because it's kind of interesting. So now it's time to talk about the machine, because we're not actually going to put these ice cubes as they are into the machine. This was an experiment, and this was a failure. Should you be looking to replicate this at home, don't try and freeze concentrate your coffee. Just freeze it, right? Now, you want to freeze it before it goes in, but most people freeze it on the trays. And I will say, if you want to see a kind of a bigger scale, more professional approach to this whole thing, I'll link to Roaster Kat's video on making instant at the roastery at which she works. Super interesting video, very helpful for us. Same freeze dryers, which I thought was kind of cool. They freeze the coffee straight in the trays that are inside this thing. Let me get one out. So here's our tray, which we're going to be putting the sort of frozen coffee into. Now, what we're going to do is break this up first. If you read the literature, and thankfully with instant coffee, there's a lot of literature. Well, they would freeze it into kind of pellet form, or break it up into pellet form at least, and freeze it like that, rather than in sort of solid blocks. So what I'm going to do is subject our poor little espresso skulls to a blender and sort of do some crushed ice and sort of spread the ice out in the tray. We're not going to fill it up because we're not trying to get yield here. We're just trying to get some nice results and see what it tastes like. And then with my filter coffee ice cubes, I will then do the same thing, blend them, smash them down to little pieces and put them onto a tray, and then they'll go into this thing. Now, if you don't know how freeze dryers work, it's very cool. First thing that you do is you get them cold. You put your stuff in and then they pull a vacuum. The vacuum that they'll pull is not a complete vacuum, but it's very, very, very low pressures. Now, at very low pressures, water boils at much, much, much lower temperatures. This is, I think, whose law is that? Someone's law, not Boyle's law. Whose law is it? So what you do is you take your frozen stuff, you put it in this vacuum. We're going to pull it down to, I think, like 0.3 millibars, which is not a lot of millibars. So there's very little sort of pressure left inside this sort of chamber here. Then if you gently heat the frozen coffee, the water in it sublimates. It goes straight from being a solid to being a gas. There's not enough pressure to keep it in its liquid form, and so it goes from the solid state to a gaseous state, and then they can condense it around the outsides of the machine, back into ice again, and then you've got dry stuff in the middle. It takes a while. It's not going to take ages because we're not going to put a huge amount in here because I'm not really that fussed about how much we get out. I just want to know how it tastes. That's the plan. Okay, we went back and we double checked. It turns out the directional freezing worked on the filter coffee. Look at this. Oh, it's all gooey and sticky. All really concentrated at the bottom there. We got like an ice pick and a mallet. I could try and get just the bottom section off, but I think that's unlikely. But I'll have a go, but it's unlikely. Either way, we'll break some of this up, we'll get it in the blender, we'll smush it down, we'll work it out. Now, when I switch this machine on, it gets really noisy. There's a big pump that pulls out all the air to make the vacuum, and then it's a sort of freezer running at the same time. So I'm not going to be able to talk once it's running. Once it's going, we just got to leave it till everything's done, and we'll do our best to kind of capture what's going on in there. It may not be very easy. All right, I think we're done. It's a bit noisy. I'm going to turn it off and see what we've got. All right, so here are my trays of instant coffee. Confession. We actually took these out today, and this one, which is the filter coffee, had a little bit of residual moisture left. And you can see that in terms of when we've sort of just given it one final drying. There's been some meltage here. So because it's 98.6% water, it seems like drying it is a little bit more difficult than something that's 90% water, which is the espresso. But here it is. This funny little stuff. It's coffee. It's instant coffee. Now, you know, commercial instant coffee, they do a thing where they kind of agglomerate it into things that remind you of coffee grounds, even though they're obviously not ground coffee. But they do that on purpose. It may not be as fluffy as this is. Yeah, they definitely do a thing to make it look the way it does. It's time to taste it. That's the important thing. I'm going to make 4 cups of coffee. I'm going to make 1 cup of Nescafe, Alta Rica. I'm going to make 1 cup of instant delicious Kenyan coffee. I'm going to make a pour over of the same coffee, and then I'll make a cup of this, which was espresso blend, but then, you know, like a filter coffee. We haven't done a direct taste test. Texturally delightful, like little crystals that just go, salty. Salty. I've always felt that overly strong espresso manifests as salty. That's really weird. Quite bitter. A little bit of acidity in there, I will say a little bit. See how that fleshes out. Let's try the espresso blend. Should have maybe had a palate cleanser. Doesn't leave me with high hopes, if I'm honest. Also salty, I suppose there. More bitterness for sure. Do I have to do the instant Nescafe as a comparison? Oh, crunchier. If you have some at home and you want to know what I'm talking about with the saltiness, that's available. Oh. Powerfully bitter. Impressively bitter, actually. Woof. I'm going to make 150 mils of coffee, working at about 1.4% strength. You can work out the amount of solid material you'll need to have in each cup, and then you make up the rest up to 150 mils of hot water. We'll probably do the pour over first, weigh these out, have a taste. I'm going to step out, and Michael kindly is going to shuffle these up. I'm sure it'll be a complete mystery, which is which, and then I'll give them a taste. For those that dislike slurping, there'll be a separate audio track, slurp free. That's tasty. Texturally, it's quite nice. There's a little body. It's got a little sweetness, but it has this weird rubberiness that is very off-putting. So it's not Nescafe. So that's Nescafe. And then our two efforts have this weird rubberness to them. If I had to guess, that's our Kenyan effort, and that's the espresso blend. Really interesting that these two have this same off note. Now, I would say, and I know where this is coming from, and I would say with reasonable certainty that this ultimately just took too long to freeze. That's the problem. If you look at the literature on instant coffee manufacture, they're really in the camp of the faster you freeze it after extraction, the better it's going to taste. But this, I think, took too long. Maybe if you're brewing espresso, maybe there's a use for the whole freezy ball thing, the little, frozen balls that people are using to trap more volatile aromatics. I'm not a huge proponent of that technique, but it could be an interesting way to additionally kind of chill down the espresso on the way to getting it cold as fast as possible. These would have taken quite a while to freeze because not only was it quite a lot of warm liquid, I mean, it was chilled to room temperature before it went to the freezer, but we were also trying to freeze them directionally, which would have slowed the process down a little bit too. So I think they just took way too long to freeze, and you've got this off note in both of them that's, totally different coffees. To have the same off note indicates you've got a process problem more than anything else. So we'll try it. We'll try it, and we'll come back and we'll see if we can actually make it taste good. Another day, we've made some more instant. Is it going to be any good? So let's have a look. It looks quite different to the previous instance because this wasn't ground up, like smushed into funny bits of ice beforehand. This was just frozen as a block. And as a reminder, the goal was to freeze as fast as possible. And so it was shots pulled over the little frozen balls into frozen cups, then going onto a ice cold freezing tray and then straight into the freezer. So from brewing to ice was under 30 minutes, which is, in the world of instant manufacture, way too slow. In the world of domestic best efforts, reasonable. I would say reasonable. Texture of this just looks really weird. I'm quite excited to touch it, to be honest. I'm gonna, oh yeah. It smells both quite nice and like, I believe now defunct, maybe not, English beef drink, Bovril. If you don't know Bovril, well done. If you do know Bovril, good times. Right. I'm going to brew some up. I just want to know if it's good. We used a different coffee again here. This might horrify some people. We used a pink Bourbon, which isn't a Bourbon variety, but it's a whole other thing for another day. So this is a nice pink Bourbon coffee. We pulled it as espresso. Let me get 2.1 grams of instant into here, 150 mils of water. See what happens. It's time for a slurp. The first thing to note is the sort of absence of bad flavor. The rubberiness that was very present yesterday, that kind of garden hose taste, is gone. There's none of the usual pain of instant. And so texture-wise, it feels quite light. But that's kind of the coffee. I think it's relatively light roast. It's got sweetness. I wouldn't say a lot of acidity, but some. That's not a bad cup of instant. I would say that's a decent cup of instant. I think it would probably be better if it had been brewed as filter and not espresso. I'm still not sold on the idea as espresso as the route to this, but the challenge you have of concentration, of getting enough solubles into the tray is such a big problem. Instant manufacturers, however, can do a thing where they can break down the insoluble stuff in instant coffee and then extract that too to get just more yield. It's not more flavor, it's just more stuff. And so they can get over 50%. So they can just extract more. So they need less beans to make 100 grams of instant than something that would taste really good would. So there's a massive inefficiency in our kind of target extraction as well as the method of extraction. And if you want to know why instant specialty is so expensive, that's a big reason why, right? We are capped at this sort of 25% range, I think, for most instant manufacturers of specialty. You're not getting the sort of double yield that they would do in sort of commercial instant. And then your coffee's way more expensive, your roasting's probably better, the brewing is much harder because you're trying to brew it to taste nice, not brew for maximum yield. So, when I look at the price of Specialty Instant, it doesn't seem outrageous to me, especially now. This is surprisingly good, hearteningly good. I feel like it's possible. I just don't know if the economics will ever truly make sense to make Specialty Instant kind of broadly available. But this is a surprising cup of coffee. This has been a super interesting experiment. I'm going to make a bit more instant before we give this back and sort of see how it ages and see how it does. And just to have around as a fun thing to show people of like, hey, here's some instant that I made. Would you like a cup? I would love to hear your thoughts down in the comments below. Is there something we should have tested? Is there a tweak, a hack that you know about when it comes to freeze-drying coffee that would have been interesting for us to know ahead of time? We could get another one in future. If there's a really good, interesting idea, we can rent this again. So let us know down in the comments below. But for now, I will say thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a great day.
As we cook for the Shogun, this time on Tasting History. So I'm going to be making a chicken and rice dish that comes from a Japanese cookbook from the period called the Nanban Ryorisho, or Southern Barbarians Cookbook, which is filled with Portuguese influence, as well as a dish called Namasu Nobu, or food with vinegar, using the 17th century cookbook Ryori Monogatari as a guide. And that one actually has to sit overnight, so we will start with that. Now, the cookbook has several recipes for different namasu, most of which are vinegared fish, but some are vegetables, like sliced daikon and such. And such kind of leaves room for interpretation. We can use pretty much any vegetable that would have been available at the time. Now, today, this dish is still made usually using daikon and carrot. But in FX's Shogun, there is this wonderful scene where they're talking about the hair color of an Englishman, and they're comparing it to daikon and to gobo, which is burdock root. So that is what I'm going to be using. But first, we have to make our vinegar. And for that, what you'll need is 1.5 cups or 350 milliliters of rice vinegar and 1/3 cup or 65 grams of sugar. You're also going to need a small square of salted kombu or dried seaweed. So mix the vinegar and the sugar in a pot and then add the kombu and heat it to a gentle boil, letting the sugar dissolve. Then take it off the heat and let it cool completely. And while it does, you can peel your daikon and your gobo. Then chop both into thin sticks just a couple of inches long. Mix those together in a bowl and sprinkle with salt, about 2 teaspoons, and then give them a toss so the salt coats everything. The original recipe says it is important to season with salt. Salt should be added once. When salt is added 2 or 3 times, the preparation goes bad and it loses flavor. And the salt isn't just for flavor, but also it helps to draw out a lot of the moisture from the vegetables. So mix the salt with the strips and then leave it to rest for about 5 minutes and then squeeze out as much liquid as you possibly can from the vegetables. Then once they're well squeezed, take the kombu out of the vinegar and pour the vinegar over the sliced daikon and gobo. So ideally you want these to be completely submerged. So using like a dish will work really well, but I've actually found that the best way to do this is the way that my dad does it when he makes this dish, and that's to put it into a plastic bag, and then you can put that in the fridge for about 24 hours. Now for the dish that has a Portuguese influence, the Nanban dish, I am making a dish that they called simply Nanban Ryori, or Southern Barbarian dish. The recipe says boil a chicken to make a broth. Color the stock with gardenia. Add black pepper, a bit of clove, ginger, garlic, and green onion to well-polished rice. Cook this in the stock. Place pieces of the chicken over the rice. So this dish is really cool because you're getting flavors like clove that you don't really find in a lot of Japanese cuisine today, but then you're also getting ingredients that are very much Japanese and not at all Portuguese, especially the gardenia. And now he doesn't talk about exactly how to make the broth, but most broths at the time in other cookbooks are made with dashi, which is a mixture of kelp and dried bonito flakes called katsuobushi. And you'll take about 2 tablespoons and add it to 3 quarts or 3 liters of cold water. Then you'll also need a couple pounds of chicken. And you can use a whole chicken that you've carved up, or you can just use disparate pieces, maybe a couple breasts, a thigh, some legs, but you definitely want a fair number of bones in there because that's what you're really going to use to make the stock. So add the chicken into the dashi water and set it over medium-high heat and bring it to a boil. Skim off any foam from the top and then reduce the heat to low and let it simmer for 30 to 40 minutes or until the meat is cooked through. Mainly you want to look at the chicken breast, you don't want to overcook that. but all of the rest of the meat you leave in there. So take out the breast once it's cooked, everything else that has a bone, leave it in. Let that all simmer for another 2 hours, and it should reduce to about 1 liter of liquid. Once it's reduced, take it off the heat and strain it through some cheesecloth. And then comes the gardenia. So these are the fruit of a type of gardenia that is native to southern China. And since time immemorial, ancient times, the Chinese and a little bit later the Japanese have been using this to dye food, clothes, paper, all sorts of things yellow. All you do is break them up and then drop the whole pod into the broth. I'm using 4. Let them steep for about 30 minutes and then strain them out, and you should be left with a nice yellow broth. Now, while your broth is yellowing, you can start your rice, for which you'll need 300 grams of well-rinsed Japanese white rice. Then a large pinch of black pepper, a pinch of clove, a half teaspoon of minced garlic, and a half teaspoon of minced ginger, as well as a couple teaspoons of chopped green onion. Mix that all together with the rice, and then put it all into a pot or a rice cooker, and then measure out 1.5 cups or 350 milliliters of the broth and add it to the rice, and then let it cook. Now, in addition to this rice, I'm also going to have some white rice, because any meal for the shogun would have included white rice. Because most of what the shogun ate from day to day, or samurai in general ate from day to day, wasn't all that different from what most everyone else was. It was usually some soup and or some fish, and some pickled vegetables. That was the general meal. The quality of it might be different depending on how much money you had, but that was the meal. The big difference came in what grain you ate, because most of the population ate millet and were lucky to get some brown rice. If you had money, maybe you ate all brown rice, but only the wealthiest of people could afford polished rice, or white rice as we know it today. So that is what a samurai might have eaten as an average meal. But I want to know what it would have been like if the shogun was coming over for dinner. So let's say you're a samurai, and one day you get a message letting you know that the shogun has decided to come and stay with you for a visit. Lucky you. So these official visits, called onari, were great honors, but they were really, really expensive. Yes, you were going to be getting some gifts from the shogun, but you also had to give him gifts, so it's kind of a wash. Plus, you had to prepare a massive banquet for him and all of his retainers. Now, these banquets would vary in size depending on the time period and who the vassal was who was throwing it and all sorts of different things, but in general, they were very, very expensive, and they usually started with drinking. It would all begin with the Shiki Sankon, or ceremony of the 3 rounds of sake. Now, this was not just an excuse to have some sake. It wasn't like happy hour. No, everything about this and the ceremony in general, the entertainment that day, all of the eating and the food, everything was imbued with a lot of symbolism and meaning. But there was also drinking. And it was a good amount of drinking because, yes, it was 3 rounds of sake, but each round had 3 drinks of sake in it, so in all it was 9 drinks of sake. And these drinks were served in sakazuki, or shallow bowls meant for sake, which would have been shared with someone else. João Rodrigues, a Portuguese Jesuit interpreter who spent some time in Japan at the end of the 16th century, wrote about the importance of drinking from these bowls of sake among the samurai elite. He says that often they would be shared between 2 friends as a sign of camaraderie, or 2 enemies as a sign of forgiveness or reconciliation. And because of this, turning down a drink was a real sign of enmity, so you never wanted to do that. And while this all sounds maybe convivial, it was a weighty affair. It is performed when they make a conspiracy, alliance, or promise which must be fulfilled at all costs. They also do this when they take oaths of loyalty to each other, sometimes mixing in the wine some drops of blood, which both draw by pricking their finger, and then both drink the wine mixed with blood. So 3 rounds of sake, 3 drinks around, 9 drinks of sake before there has been any food. That's all on an empty stomach. Now, they did have some pass-around appetizers, for lack of a better term, at the ceremony, but you didn't get to eat them. The foods brought around would be things like dried chestnuts, dried abalone, or dried kelp. And each food was filled with symbolism, but usually served in a form that was completely inedible. So if you couldn't eat the appetizers, then what did you do? Well, you pretended to eat them. Take the second strand of flattened abalone from the front and bring it up to your mouth, and then tuck it away into your pocket. Though depending on the setup, sometimes there were some edible appetizers available at the ceremony of the 3 rounds of sake. One culinary text from 1497 says, "At times when there has been a long interval of sake drinking after a light meal, it is appropriate to serve chilled barley noodles as a snack." Now, the order of the day's events could vary depending on the time period or who was throwing it, all sorts of different things. But in general, at some point during the day, you would have a gift exchange, and there you might have snacks. During a visit from the shogun Tokugawa Iemitsu in 1624, they served grilled fowl, seafood, and vegetable dishes, mochi, and sake during the exchange. The host and the shogun and his retainers then gave each other gifts of silver, fine clothes, horses, and swords, and then everyone was entertained with dances, music, and theater. No and kyogen, the 2 most favored forms of theater by the shoguns. No was usually a dramatic play, and then kyogen was a comedy. As they watched, they ate these buns that were filled with bean paste, and then afterward, the shogun gifted kimono and money to the performers. And only after all of this was it time for the actual banquet. Now, this banquet was served in a style called honzen ryori, which was an elaborate and very expensive way of presenting the food. And it was developed by the samurai class in the 15th century, but it remained in some forms in Japan until the early 20th century. I actually think that there are still some restaurants in Japan that will do this, and if I ever get to Japan, hopefully fairly soon, I want to find one of those restaurants and do that. Anyway, in the Sengoku period, it went a little something like this. Everyone would be seated on the floor, the shogun in a prominent spot, showing his place in the samurai hierarchy. Then everyone else sat in order of importance. And everything about this event was all about your place in the social order. Not just where you sat, but when you got to eat, what foods you got to eat. Actually, not even got to eat, but just had presented to you, because again, you didn't get to eat everything. How they were presented was on 3 trays. Sometimes this is called main tray service or main tray style. Rodriguez actually described this style of banquet when he witnessed one around the year 1600. Nowadays, at banquets, they usually place 3 principal trays in front of each guest. All the trays are generally of white cedar wood, square in shape and with legs a span in height. The tray placed in the center is the highest and has another tray on either side. And each tray would have a different number of dishes. The most formal way to do it was the main tray would have 7 side dishes, the next would have 5, and then 3. Interestingly, at times there would actually be a 4th tray available, but they never called it tray 4. Instead, they would call it the additional tray. And that's because the Japanese word for 4, shi, was a homonym for the Japanese word for death, shi. And I guess nobody wanted to eat off the death tray. So you've got your trays. You've got 7 sides, 5 sides, and 3 sides. But in addition to that, each tray would also have a soup. And on the main tray, you also had a big old bowl of rice in the lower left-hand corner, as well as a salt cellar. And so now you've got all this food before you. What do? You don't eat. That's definitely what you don't do, because you needed to wait for social cues from the people above you to let you know when it was time to eat and what you could eat. But nobody was eating anything until everyone had taken ample time to appreciate the visual aspects of the meal. Just like the pre-dinner entertainment, every aspect of the food was theater. It was all about the presentation. Sometimes the preparation was even theatrical. There was something called shikibocho, which was a knife ceremony where the hochonin, or carving knife men, would fillet a fish or carve a large fowl using only a blade and never touching it with their hands. And sometimes these men would create big elaborate dishes that would just kind of set at the center for everyone to admire, whether it was a completely roasted and then refeathered duck that was positioned in a way to look like it was getting ready to fly off. These things were there just for their beauty. And these big dishes were, of course, filled with a lot of symbolism, but so were all of the little dishes on your tray down to every single ingredient, even down to the colors. Every tray was meant to have 5 colors: yellow, red, green, white, and black. What's interesting is that even all the way back in the 14th century, they considered red and yellow colors that would stimulate the appetite. And today, they still consider that to be true. If you look at the logo of so many fast food restaurants, they're all yellow, red, or yellow and red. Now, if you were a cook and you were trying to find all these different colors, there were texts that would clue you in. Use conger eel for the color white. Bonito is for the color red. Black is made from dried sea cucumber. Green is shark. Yellow is dried squid. It is best to slice these finely. So much to look at and admire even before it's time to eat. And when it does finally become time to eat, you needed to do it in a very specific manner. One text from the 16th century says that a diner begins by wetting their chopsticks in the soup on the main tray and picking up the rice bowl. After eating rice, sip the soup, but do not eat any morsels in it. After that, you take your chopsticks and pick up a single piece of salt, and then you go for more rice, and then more soup, and only then can you finally try one of the sides on your tray, provided that it's edible. In these banquets, many of the dishes were served on plates in the form of pyramids, neatly arranged with their corners as in the Chinese fashion, and it was from China that they derived their origin. But they were served only for decoration and were there to be looked at and not eaten. These were called takamori, or high serving, and just like with the sake ceremony, you would pretend to eat these. Remove the chopsticks from the tray, or pretend to remove them, and signify that you have eaten by making a noise with the chopsticks. At many of these banquets, the only foods that were actually meant to be eaten were the soups, the rice, and a couple of the sides, namely the pickled vegetables or their highly thought of raw fish cut into small pieces. Along with it, there will be a dish containing a tart sauce, or one which burns like mustard, and this takes away the rawness of the fish. Many of these dishes were so elaborately designed that it would have been seen as an insult to the person who prepared it should you eat it. And then sometimes they were prepared in such a way that they did become completely inedible. One description of how abalone should be served says to attach streamers to the abalone, then as a base attach 7 or 9 waves made of paper of 5 colors cut into round pieces. The thing is, while having a bunch of inedible food on your plate today might seem a little unorthodox, in the 16th century even the Europeans would have been very used to that. In Europe, they were often refeathering peacocks or swans, or they had pies that you would cut into only to have snakes or live birds fly out of them. Completely inedible, but that was not the point. It was all about the spectacle. One of the Japanese creations from this period that I would love to see actually made in person is a spiny lobster in the shape of a boat. The shell is opened and the meat is served upon it. Raise the feelers up like a ship's masts and stand the legs off to the sides. It is best served with painted decorations on it in silver and gold. Now there are records of these banquets where you've got the 3 trays, but then you've got 3 versions of each of the 3 trays coming out. So like 9 trays in all. You could have up to like 30 dishes come out in front of you for one of these very, very long banquets, most of the dishes being inedible, which is why sometimes after the banquet, they would have a godan, or after meal, where more hearty, regular food dishes would be served so people could actually fill up, because they still needed to eat something. And maybe they were dishes like the ones that I'm about to finish up. So once the rice is cooked, dish it up and lay some of the cooked chicken on top. And then you can decorate with a bit of green onion or black sesame seeds. And then take the namasu and place that in a small bowl and chop up the kombu that you had used to make the sugar vinegar and put a little bit of that on top. And I'll also include some white rice as well as pickled vegetable, which would have been present on all of the trays. And here we are, a meal fit for the shogun. My chopstick skills are not that great, so I'll start with the rice. That is super flavorful. That's actually wonderful. You're just getting a hint of the clove and these spices that you don't usually get in Japanese cooking. But then because of the dashi that we added to the broth, it still is very much a Japanese flavor. Let me try this chicken. Considering it's boiled chicken, it's very flavorful. And then the daikon and gobo. I will first try the daikon, which is the radish. That is so good. I love daikon radish. What I love though is you first get the sweetness of the sugar that's in it, but then the vinegar really hits, and it's like this acidic, but pleasantly acidic feel in the mouth. It's wonderful. Now the burdock root, which I've never had before. Crispy. It's good. You know what it reminds me of? Is jicama, if you've ever had jicama. That's really, really good. I could eat a whole bowl of this. I probably will. Now, I didn't make the pickled radish, which is also daikon, but if you've never had this, it's one of my favorite Japanese foods in the world. It's got this funky flavor that I really cannot describe. You've got to find it. It's this mix of sweet and sour and funk, but like a pleasant funk. Like, think cheese has a nice funk sometimes. This has a nice funk. They're not the same funk, but it's a good funk. And I will see you next Tuesday on Tasting History.
Guys, I'm gonna end it here. Got a lot done today. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye.